Mm-hmm. Oi, oi. Oi, oi. How's it going? How's it going, everybody?
How many programmers does it take to change a light bulb? None. That's a hardware problem.
Nice. I actually get that joke. Hi. Hi, RD. Hi, DG. Hi, Muck. What's up? Hi. How's it going? We're back. New week of streams. Fingers crossed we're gonna have all 3 streams this week with no technical problems or nothing. Maybe, finally. Maybe. Anyway, how's it going, guys? Hi. I've been hankering to get back to the coding, honestly. Like, I've been thinking about the code I made, and it's not perfect, but I don't know. Maybe we can improve it just a little bit. We kind of got like the state framework last time, so I'm gonna work more on that. Super light state system. Yeah. Also, the 4th. Is it today or tomorrow when they come out with the Elden Ring Night Train DLC? Let me check. Because I want to give that a try. Night Rain. Hi, Faraz. I'm good. How's you? How's it going? Wait, wait. Tom. We got your Tom. I'm not sure. This actually doesn't say. This doesn't list the correct DLC. Oh, there's a global release map. December 4. But that would be tomorrow. No, it might be tonight. It might be tonight, actually. Because it says December 3 on the US side and December 4 on the Europe side. So it might be tonight. Might be tonight. Actually, GMT. Wait, PC. Might be out already. I don't know. I want to check that out, though. I want to see how that is. But anyway. Today we're going to focus more on the coding. And see how we can progress that. Earlier today, I was working with my brother on a different project. And we did some coding. We tried to implement like an interaction system that handles both like held presses and single presses and stuff like that, both for VR and desktop. And that is gonna just take a little bit to get working. But it was interesting. We kind of got stuck a little bit. We fixed a couple of things, so we decoupled a lot. But you know. Is the broadcast now or am I late? It's starting right now, so you're right on time. This is just a like intro section I usually have here. Like catching up before I dive into it. Okay. I should have everything open on the other tab, so let's switch over there. Actually, I'm gonna use a different playlist for this though. On the good old Twitch side. Here's the game. Oh, it remembered my positions. Let's go. So let me mute this playlist. And then introduce this one. Last time I had this too quiet, so you guys couldn't hear it at all. Is it audible now? It's only supposed to be like quiet background music. Maybe just a little bit louder. Like that. What did I eat today? What did I eat? I woke up, I ate some sandwiches with like salad and eggs, and then a banana. That was delicious. I actually have more bananas, so I could take a snack midstream if I get a little hungry. But yeah. Is this for a game you want to make or a model or something? This would be for a game I want to make. Although we don't have any art in place, so we're only using like default Unity stuff for now. Actually, having said that, RD here, my moderator RD, was kind enough to supply me with some word. What's the word? Placeholder art. So let me see if I can find those quick. I honestly forgot where I put them. Here. Project, assets and stuff. Right, these are like placeholder stuff. I think I can just, let's see, copy these. Copy. Where's copy? Oh, there's copy. Okay. And then over here, we're going to make a new folder. What should we call this? Should we call it assets? No. Right? Let's call it sprites. Because these are going to be sprites. Now, can I just like paste them over here? No, I can't. Okay, so we're going to import new asset. Let me quickly find them. This one. Here you go. These ones. Import. Would I like to play a horror game or a game that I prefer? I kind of like both. I played a couple of like horror games. I just realized the chat is getting blocked by that. If I select this, that's fine. I do like horror games. I recently played a whole bunch of them. I usually go for like some super weird games. I don't really have a preference too much. So, okay, can we make these see-through? I think I already made these with transparency. Default normal editor, cursor cookie. 2D? 2D. Alpha is transparency. Ah, that's how you do it. Okay. Can we select multiple? And alpha is transparency, apply. Bam. Worked. Would you like to play it now or later? Probably later. Today we're going to focus on making or working on this project. Now let's see if I can. I think if I drag these onto the world, they're going to work as flat sprites. Is that how they're gonna work. I can't use them as is. Right. That makes sense. I wonder if we have to go like, for example, player, and then is this the mesh? This is the mesh. So we would have to create a new. It might have to be UI image. It's going to create a canvas. But let's see. It's now screen space, so we don't want that. We want it to be world space, so it's in the world. Which one is this? Left one is our game window. This is the editor window. After question, what time is it? I'm at. I'm in. It's like slightly past midnight for me. I'm in the Finland time, so slightly past midnight. Oh my god, that's huge! What? Okay. Right, we have to scale that down. Wait, there has to be a better way of doing this. Hold on. Good old Google. Unity. How to add a sprite to a 3D world. Create a new sprite from an image asset. Texture to sprite. 2D UI. Create a new material. Oh, it's going to be used as a material, huh? Oh, well, let's try that. Hi, Conranos. How's it going? I don't know why this is so huge, Artie. This is insane. That's insane. So they wanted me to like click here and where's the sprite? Sprite 2D and UI. Okay, let's try it with this one. Only textures with width height being multiple of 4 can be compressed. Oh, it's talking about the compression. No compression, thank you. Going well, waiting for the DLC to be launched. Yeah, I just actually noticed, but the Night Rain DLC is coming out like soonish, right? Soonish. I'm actually pretty hyped for that. An hour or so. Ooh, nice. That's pretty hype. I haven't played it in a while, but I'm eager to get back in. I also forgot to watch the newest character trailer. Forgot what that was. Thank you for the hate, man. Okay. So that's a sprite, and they wanted me to use that as a material, right? So what if we just select this? Now let's make a new material. Let's call this player sprite. Let's try dragging that in there. Would this use a different shader? Like, now let's double check. I don't want to do super much like guesswork. Set up billboarding. And the sprite render component. Oh, it needs a sprite render. That's a thing. All right. Which one are you? You. This one has a mesh render. What if we just make a new child? call this sprite. Add the sprite renderer. 2D sprite package. I don't know what that is. And then, boy. Where's my sprite? It doesn't accept it. I do wonder if players who don't have DLC will be able to participate in new shifting earth and the new map seeds. Oh, that's a good question, actually. I hope they can join. I'm pretty sure they can at least play with people who have like the new character, but maps, shifting earth? That's a question mark. You're really tired. You stayed up studying. It's really tiring. Oh, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Faris. Appreciate it. I wonder if it would be a hosting or just group people who have the DLC together. It might. If they did it smart, I would make it as like a hosting, probably. Maybe it's a single. Tight. Mesh type. Tight. The sprite editor window is not available because 2D sprite package is not installed. I don't know what that is, but maybe we don't need it. Oh, now it appeared. Noise, okay. I suppose we could disable this mesh and just bring the placeholder art up. It's a little blurry, but we can fix that. So we don't need this canvas here. I'm gonna remove it. But the sprite we're gonna bring up. Let's make it orthographic and look from the front. So I can sort of put it on the floor. There you go. 0.85. Now let's see. I think I can change some of these settings to make it better. Compression none. And filter mode, no filter. There you go, sharp pixels. Question, is Unity 6 Cringer based? That's a good question. I haven't used it enough, so I can't really say that, but so far I haven't had too many problems with it, thankfully. Also, hi Iha. How's it going? Okay, Faris, take care. Thanks for dropping by. Let's see. Okay. Exit orthographic view. What? Now he's kind of like standing there, right? We can also do the same treatment to all of these. So, change them to sprite 2D and sprite mode single. No filter mode and no compression. And I think we should be able to do that to the enemy now. So enemy, I like that we have the mesh offset. I think the mesh offset is what I should have used. No, the mesh offset is for rotating, I forgot. Boom, 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 boom. Anyway, what this needs is a new object, and it's going to be called sprite. Sprite renderer. Your sprite will be, let's use this green gobbo. What kind of settings do they have? They have flips here, colors, draw modes, mask interaction. But they should still... I think the parent has the collider. Yeah, they have the character collider. So I can hide this. And bring the Gabo up. Hold on. He's slightly too... I think there's a way to make this lower. Oh, hold Alt. Perfect. Let's make it like 0.5 is too much. 0.8. Bam. Goblin with stick is dangerous, right? Don't mess with him. He's so tiny. He's so gosh darn tiny. Also, this rotation doesn't really work. Not at all. Not at all. I think we have to, first of all, we have to... What did we use to tilt the camera? Is it the angle? I think it's the angle offset. I think we have to make it a little bit more tilted. Maybe minus 45 degrees. That could work as a start. Although the walls look a little tall now. For our characters. What type of game am I approaching? This is going to be a top-down, like 2.5D in a way, because it's going to use sprites, but in a 3D world. And it's going to be like a sort of hack and slash action type of deal. I suppose we could just tilt them down back a little for now. Let's do a 25-degree tilt on both. And let's see how this game ran last time we played it. Oh no, it's not in the center, but that's fine. Is he gonna start following me? Whoa, help, help! Oh no, he's so vicious. Look at that. That's really funny. Okay, I think we have to increase it. Hold on. Let's bring this back in. We might increase. Let's do something silly and just stretch him up. I'll just eyeball this. Maybe a little to the left. There you go. He's a little stretched boy now. We could also just increase the entire... I could just do the mesh offset, increase the size. Yeah, that works. Let's do the same for the player. I'll make him a little taller too. He's slightly bigger than his hitbox. That's fine. That's some buff goblin, right? God damn. Let's see if that's easier to see now. Come on. What are you doing? I got my motorcycle helmet. Can he see me? Oh, there we go. Currently, they're just going straight to me until they can't come any further. And I can, like, trap them behind a wall like that. Whee! Right. Code. We did a sort of semi-state machine type of thing here, but not really. It's just a little thing. In Awake, we just set like, right, this is where we set the intervals and all the numbers. And then update is going to take the timers, which is going to add timers to the idle planning and moving, depending what state we are in. And I think I had to do that. Otherwise, the tick time would affect the movement. And it would never happen because it would be, because like the tick time is affected times time.delta time, but then I'm also using moving update in times time.delta time. So I'm like multiplying, like using time scale twice. So it's super slow. Gives us the tick rate, which is like once every, I want to say 4 seconds. I forgot. 1 second. Okay. So we have the idle update for the grunt. It's idling. We could do a fun little thing and we could either animate the bouncing. Okay, Artie. We could either animate the bouncing or we could just like create a little thingy here that just pops them up and down maybe. That could work as a placeholder. We'd also do an attacking one. I don't know if maybe it's the animation that should handle the movement later on. What? Thank you. Hey, Dado. How's it going? Thank you for cheese. First cheese of the stream. Implement the plan. Right, this is where the enemy thinks what it's gonna do. Maybe that's what we're gonna focus on next. So the grunt is very simple. He sees you, he starts walking towards you. Let's look at the little plan I actually did. Enemy mechanics. I think we didn't go too deep into this. It was just different tells. Multiple spots around the player. Oh, this is the part I was looking for. Multiple spots around the player for the enemy to move to, affected by an orbiting point. That's what we planned. Doing okay, sleep schedule is fricked, trying to fix. Couldn't fix it with the stay awake idea, so I'm doing the bear mode sleep the whole day. Wake up in the morning. Hey, that's usually what, like, if you can stay up, that's one way of like just throwing your sleep rhythm back. But that's very difficult. So I just usually sleep more, you know? I just sleep more. That helps way more. But I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're not too tired. 30 hours? 2 days in a row? That's holy moly. What is sleep even? What is sleep? But hunk shimmy. Or hunk shu. The two wolves inside of me. I did write the orbiting point. That could, wait, let's bring up the good old, sorry if this is gonna blind, okay. Bright screen warning. I'm bringing up Windows Paint to make my point. That's too big. Oh my god. I haven't used this version in a long time. Like this new Windows Paint. Anyway, what I'm thinking is, if this is the player, right? And the enemy Gabo is over here. You got little horns. Let me draw that better. You got little cat ears. It's a grunt. So they would like, they are trying to go to a specific point that is the player. That's their target. And then what I had in mind is they would have like multiple spots around the player where they try to go. And the spot they would try to walk towards would be that chosen by probably a orbiting point around the player. And it would pick whichever is the nearest, so they would try to flank. Unless that's like flank behavior specifically. Maybe. Sleep is when you eat too much turkey and it makes you go lay down and pass out. That's fair. That's fair. What is sleep? But z and ni. 1 kilo of barbecue. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm doing the orbiting system, I think. I think that's the plan. So they would have like all these spots around the player they would walk to attack. It would always be doubles, right? Like that. And then maybe based on the enemy size, they would be like, if they don't have reach, they would like always try to get into the inner circle. Otherwise, they would try to go into the outer circle. So they just might want to like walk over here and hit you. Wait, let me pick a different color and remove those. They might want to like walk here and then hit you. If the orbiting thing is like over here. I wonder if I could calculate it so that, let's say the orbiting thing is like right on top of that. But the enemy's behavior isn't flanking. Would they still try to go and flank you? Or would they like see that the orbiting point is over there, but would they just go for a closer one? Kind of like that. So many ways you could implement this. You know how you have a flashlight that shows a triangle for light? Work like that for where you look and they flank the side without flashlight. Oh, you mean like a little like a cone? Like that? Kind of like. That could work. The flanking, actually, now that I think about it, I like the idea of flanking, but like our character doesn't really have directions, right? Maybe flanking behavior actually. Maybe every enemy has access to the info like here. And a flanking enemy would be like, hey, these spots are taken. And it would calculate that, okay, this is the flank. This is like where no enemies are. And the enemy would like, flanking enemy would like try to find a spot in we could give these like values probably. And if no enemy is like in this area, then it would pick a random one from there. Maybe. That could work. But that's for flanking behavior. That's like the F for flanking. Regular enemy would just probably pick something that's like close to the player. So even if there was an orbiting thing, I'm trying to think of like the math behind this. I could divide that by half. Get the distance to the player or the orbiting point if it's there. Would the enemy then... I'm also thinking something like, what if like an enemy is assigned to this spot? What if it like, this is now a value of 1, but then the further you go, it would apply like, this would be like 75, 50, 25, like radius. You know, like kind of like a heat map of how hot things are. Or this could be 1 and this could be 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. And then that would mean like those are hot. And an enemy would try to pick something that's not. Regardless, we're going to need some kind of system like that. So let's start with that. There are multiple ways you could do that. And one of them is... one of them would be just making them manually on our player and just having all the points follow us. But I think there are better ways of doing that, probably. Probably. You know, we're going to do this. I'm going to click on the player and we're actually going to make the childs do this. We're going to create empty and we're going to call this enemy positions. And this is for like visualization, and we're only going to probably use this once. No, I don't need that. I need to make a child object that is... Let's use the capsule. No, not capsule. What's the other shape? It's called cylinder. So there's like a flat... Oh, that's the game window. I keep mixing them up. So our standing spots are going to be like that. So let's give it a new material. We could give it the bread material. No. Simple enemies to pick any part of the orbit. And flankers always try to get around to the backside of your orbit. Like on the opposite side of it, that can also work. But since the player can't see the orbiting point, I don't know if they would know which side is like the flank. I don't think the player could perceive any flanking behavior if it's just picking the opposite. But I do like that idea. Like maybe I could purposely flip it in determining where I want something to go. If I needed to go like to the opposite side. Drum your shield, Galbo. Thank you, Artie. Let's call this enemy spot material. And I think I can make this see-through somehow. Transparent. And then I can go over here and change the alpha. I'm gonna have them as these like little like 50% roughly little like shadow patches. And then if an enemy selects one, it's gonna change its color probably. This does not need a capsule collider, and I can scale it down. Like that, that should work. Let's make it a little smaller. .5 is enough. Let's call this spot 1. Because I think if I start duplicating, then they're going to be... Oh no, it's going to be spot 1 brackets 1. Okay, what if I just call them spot? Oh, it needs a space. Sometimes the UI is like so tiny, I can't really tell. There you go, that works. And since the player is in the middle spot, I think we want to have them... Well, since I'm going to use that as a scale, let's have them like -1. Spot 2 is going to be 1. They're a little tilted now, but that's fine. And then Control D. How many did I draw on the paint, actually? 1 in the middle and then a 6 around. What's the math behind that? Top and bottom are going to be that, and then the degrees are going to be like 33. This is the degree of it. I have an idea. We're going to parent these. Create empty parent. And I'm just going to rotate. Duplicate that. Rotate. Around 33. No, wait. 90. Is it 45? No, it's not. Wait, we need a calculator. We need to divide 130 by 3. 60. I'm dumb. So we have 60, and then we duplicate this again, and it's going to be 120. Bam. Perfect spots. I think if I remove these from their parent, they're going to stay in the same spot. Yeah. Hey. And then I would need... This is way more difficult than I'm trying to make it to be, actually. Right. And then I would just have to... That's like the first layer. We could group all of these. Create empty parent. That's layer 1. That's the inner layer. I wonder if I could just duplicate this. I know it's not going to work because if I scale it, it's going to make those balls bigger as well. But basically, this next one is supposed to have... Oh, thank you. Twice as many? Right? Yeah. It's supposed to have twice as many. If this was Blender, I could do this easy. How do I make that even? Do I rotate it at like 30 degrees? Yeah. So duplicate that. Rotate it 30 degrees. It might be 33.32, but that's fine. Now I think, actually I'm not 100% sure. I'm thinking I can scale these up. To just get the position. I have to rotate this by 15 degrees. And then I would have to make those smaller. Your scale is affected. No, they're not. If I pull them out of here now, what happens? Ah, now they get their scale. Whoa. And we can just bring it back. Bam. Needlessly complex. What is this layer? This is layer 1. These are just 2 empty spots, right? Yeah. So all of this is going to be create empty layer 2. And I think we're just going to use that for now. We have our spots. Now if I want, I can just scale everything with this. I want them to be closer or further away. Let's try that. That's the wrong one. Right, the enemy needs a reference to that. But I think all enemies need a reference to that. Why do I have 2 grunts here? Anyway, I think the enemy controller is gonna have... I mean, he does have access to the player. No, it's easier if we just do the serialized field protected. This is a list of transforms. Do I want to use it as is? We could also use an array. Transform. Was it this one for array? Enemy spots. Let me see. Can I assign that on the editor? So if I click on the enemy spots, list is empty. I wonder if I can, I might have to bring all of these in. There was a quick way of like locking this so this menu doesn't get away, like doesn't get smaller. I think these names are very confusing. Can I rename all of them? I could be like inner spot. Right. And then we're gonna list them in an order where it always starts at the north, and I'm just gonna call these by the 12. Oh, is that gonna make sense? That's not gonna make any sense. We're gonna start at the north and go clockwise. Two, 3, 4. But that's 6. 5, 6. These ones didn't get a space on them for some reason. Like this at the bottom. So now we know by the name which one we need. These are gonna be outer spot. One. Hey, exe, axi, is this Unity? Yes, this is Unity. Unimity. I'm just gonna quickly change these names. How come I was able to... I'll just click it enough. 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. How do you guys make games? Trial and error. Luck. I guess learning a lot. I don't really have an answer for that. Inner layer. Experimenting ideas too. That too. Outer layer. And now we can click on the enemy. Lock this. The list is empty, so we can put the inner spots in there. Can we? Oh god. Maybe we use a list. Wait, we're gonna use a list. Hold on. So it's gonna be a list of type transform. I think that's how you do it. And its name is gonna be enemy spots list. And wait, is that not how you do it? I think it's somewhat different. What was it? These brackets? No. Did it need this? It's been too long. Hold on. Unity list. I know I just need a quick picture or something. List of type. That's what I did. What was the error actually? Position, rotation, and scale of an object. The non-generic type list cannot be used with type arguments. Eh? Eh? Can you also put any 3D model in your game and play it? In theory, yeah. I think you could put pretty much anything you want in the game. They do it exactly the same way here. Let's try finishing that code. Maybe there's like equals new list. Why are you giving me an error of transform? Is it because it's protected? Non-generic type list. What are your options for this? I'm not using the... Oh, that's what they meant. Okay. I wasn't using the system.collections.generic. There you go. So we're making a list and it's a new list, right? And now I think if we go over here, this is now a list. And I should be able to just drag and drop these. No, still not. I swear there was a way of doing that. Can we rate you on the cuteness scales of 0 to 100 and you're over 9,000? Oh no, we broke the scale. Don't tell me I just have to do this manually. I might. But I swear there was a way of doing this easier. I mean, nested lists maybe? We could also just read these like inner and outer layers. Make it a little placeholder or simple art is really fun. I bet. You can just doodle away and, you know, see it come alive on screen. I keep wondering if this would have been easier to keep a track of in like this code, just like an array of code coordinates. I don't know. How can I do this? I wonder if we can do any kind of math here. Like if, say for example, we select this one, this would be spot 3. It would mean spots 2, 4. So the adjacent spots on this one would be tagged. If we're going to use a heat map or something. And then on the outer one, it would be, well, these aren't even in order. But I'm sure we can do that. I'm thinking I'm just gonna like put all of these in here and just call it, god damn. We're gonna call these, no, we don't even need these. We're gonna put it under enemy positions and remove outer and inner layers. I hate that I renamed these wrong. This would be 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be 7. So that would be 5. That's the second last, so 11. Thank you for zooming in. Hold on. Player, I need you to hide for just a bit. No, I can't, because you're inside there. Okay. Right. You're the second last. What's the last one so I can do the bottom correct? This one. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are number 4. This is number 10. This is number 2. Then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. That is also correct. 5, 6, 7, 12, 11, 10, 9. This is 9. And this would be 8. And 8 would be 6. And 6 would be 3. And I think that's all of them. Let's see. Seems about right. Starts at the top and then bop, 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 bop. And then dot, 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 dot. Yep. That's correct. I keep backtracking. It might be easier if I actually have the outer layers as a separate thing so we can quickly access each one of them. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do 2 lists. And to keep it easier, I'm just gonna create an empty parent and call this outer layer again. And these are gonna be called inner layer. And now we have this enemy spots inner list. And then we can copy this whole thing and make an enemy spots outer list. And I think in awake, we can just populate them. So enemy inner list. Or do they actually, since we are assigning them as serialized field, they should already know them. Yeah, what am I doing? Now, what the problem is, these are not supposed to be serialized. Because those are the ones, right? Okay. What I need is this one transform that's childs are going to be added automatically. So I need a serialized field. Protect. Let's use protected again. Or private. No, the child might need this too. Protected. Transform. Enemy spots inner transform. We're going to make that, and this is going to be outer. And now in the awake, we're going to be like, is it for each? Can I do for each for childs? For each? Is this possible? Let's see. Enemy spot. Enemies. What? Enemy spot. Why can't you find it? Child count. The number of children the parent transform has. For each child count. Hi, Kid Job. Is that the Kumikisu, the most watched streamer in 2025? For some people. Yeah. It's me. Hi, Kid Job. How's it going? How's it going? Is it digesting your lunch? What you had? What you had? Sorry. I'm trying to brain this. Oh, for each. Does that work like this? This is already a count in. No, that's not gonna work. Type and identifier are both required for each statement. For each transform enemy child inner transform just in. Wait, okay, so this is how this works. For each transform child in so this doesn't need a type. Dot children. No. For each child in enemy spots inner transform. Dot children detach get child. Returns the transform child by index. Maybe this isn't the best way of doing this. Can we even count them that easy? For each child, child transform, just to make it easier for my brain. In this is gonna return the child count and not actually finding the children. Returns transform child by index. I think I need a for sentence instead. How did these work again? For oh god. I don't usually use these too much myself. Let's just see like C# for loop. I just want to see a super quick and dirty. Right, we sent the type I for index, I guess usually 0. And then I is smaller than whatever we want, then I++. So we want int I. Did that need the in? Wait, hold on. No, we need to assign it. It starts at 0. 452 hours? That's crazy. Yeah, I think that's for the Twitch recap. I forgot to mention this, but guys, we hit an insane number. And the insane number was You guys used 1.1 million channel points in my channel. 1.1 million. What? How? And I think like almost 5,000 hours watched total. That's crazy. How did the channel points get that high, Ketchup? What's up with that? That's crazy. Let's do another peek. I forgot. I is smaller than something. So this is the condition that increases. The index is smaller than Emanu888. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. And start making people gamble for points. True. Dot get. Wait. Child count. Right. So we're gonna make an a whole number I, and it's gonna be 0. And as long as I is smaller than the child count. Wait, is that gonna work? Child count. It starts at 0, so it should work probably. And then I++. It's gonna just increase I by 1. And it's gonna do that, this loop, until this I is not filling this condition. Right, that's how you do it. And now we can go enemy spots inner transform. No, not transform. Inner list dot add. And it's gonna need a transform to add. It's gonna add to the. Is add gonna add it to the top or the bottom of the list? Doesn't say there. We're gonna add enemy spot inner transform dot get child by index, and we're gonna use the I, which is every loop is the I is gonna increase. So we're gonna get the next child, next child, next child. And hopefully that's gonna do it. If I was a smart boy. I could make this into a little statement. Let's make this into a little statement. Let's just be like private private void populate. Oh, it needs to be capital. Populate enemy spot list, and it's gonna accept it's gonna need a transform. This is gonna be the layer transform, and it's gonna need a list of type transform, and that is gonna be called, let's just call it spots list. Let's call it layer spots list. I think that's all it needs. And then we're gonna copy this code there, or cut it there. And let's, instead of using the inner one here, we're gonna use the transform. It's gonna be layer transform dot child count. So it's using this, whatever we give it. And then it's gonna add, the list is gonna be layer spots list dot add And we're gonna add the transform children, so layer transform. Bam! And now all we have to do is just go here and populate enemy list and supply it with what is first? What did you need first? I already forgot. Just the transform. So enemy spots, inner transform, inner list. And then we just copy that and remake it. But it's gonna be outer. Outer. Let's see if that works. This is unnecessarily complex. What the hell? Oh god.
Toukat ovat kyllä söpöjä. Rakastan toukkia, mutta kissatkin ovat söpöjä. Söpöjä kissoja ja toukkia. Voi pidän myös paljon pizzasta ja lasagnesta. Niiden kanssa ei voi mennä vikaan, kun on nälkäinen kuin härkä. Ja kumikissu on ihana.
Okay, that sounded wrong. It wasn't perfect. What do you mean bugs? Like coding bugs? I think, well, it sounded like he was kind of like talking like Marlon Brando in Godfather, like he had like some cotton swabs in his cheeks. Caterpillars. Oh, right. I guess we kind of use a generic word for that then, huh? Huh. Which one is it that has the enemy needs an inner and an outer? Actually, I have no idea if that... Let's see if it throws any errors at least. Any errors? Some errors. Null reference. Object reference not set to... Is it the mesh? Sphere check. Is it just the mesh that we're having troubles with? Maybe the shrink one, actually. Okay, I'm gonna enable this, but I'm gonna hide the mesh renderer. Let's see if that gives me the same problem. No, it still does. It doesn't tell me where this is. Object. Create serialized object. What are you giving me these errors for? What is this about? I'm not doing any scriptable objects or anything. Hi Eves, how's it going? You wanna eat, so you'll just eat the Kisu's voice. I hope that's a comfy eep. I'm just gonna outright delete the meshes, the old meshes. I'm not sure what the error is. This is a null reference, but to what? Game object inspector of undisable. Eh? Eh? Game object inspect. Missing reference exceptions. A variable of M target of game object inspector. This doesn't even seem like my kind of problem. This is like a Unity problem. What? Nani? Create serialized object. Do I have like some issues with my list code then? Is it because it's a protected list? What am I gonna do ASMR? Your healer is cursing you out for wiping. I would never do that. I swear. Is it this? Why do I have two of these? Close that. Oh, it can't be that. That's dumb. We had none of these last time. Is Unity just giving me shit? Or will the DPS and tank better without some yelling? I'll just carry the whole party like I usually do. You know? If they underperform, I overperform. That's how I roll. I've pulled my party through some serious shit. I still remember how my best in Final Fantasy XIV, one of my best dungeons is I healed through one of the raids. Not raids, those single bosses. What are they called? Raids? Trials? One of the two. Anyway, they have 8 players in a raid. I was in there with my brother, and the 6 others were random. I got 5 commendations. Only one person didn't give me their commendation. And that was great. It was my first time in there. It was actually the Heavensward finale raid. Or boss. And that felt great. My first time being there. Didn't know what to do with tactics. Not a single wipe. I was resurrecting people though, because a lot of people didn't know what they were doing. And I just kind of carried it. Felt great. Never forget that. I think that was the time when my brother was playing was he playing Monk? Anyway, he was playing a DPS class and he had to tank for a bit, and I had to just power heal them while the tanks were resurrecting. I remember the other healer didn't do much. Anyway, I'm sorry. Weird rant. I think we have a problem here. Let's try commenting these. So none of that ever happened. Do we still have a problem? I don't know how to get rid of that. That seems like a Unity issue, honestly. Maybe we just restart Unity. Let's try that. Let's try that. It does. I'm thinking it's a Unity issue because it's not giving me any specific like lines where the error is happening on my scripts. Yep. That was a Unity issue. Great. Does it happen again? Nope. Fixed. Okay. I don't think Unity 6 is that based anymore. Anyway, let's bring these back. Healing's great. Love having gray hair by the age of 20. I actually, you know, one of the reasons I really enjoy playing Final Fantasy XIV is the damage rotation is easy. So you can just focus on healing your teammates. And I actually, I kind of space out if everybody's doing their job. You know, it's kind of boring. This is a great selling point for a game. It's a little boring as a healer when everybody's doing perfect. Of course, it's nice to see when you just blaze through, you know, like a dungeon or a raid when everybody's pulling like max DPS. But I actually like it when there's a little bit of chaos. It just like keeps me awake. You know? And then I silently curse them. But even though I realize that that is the content I need. Did you see Helldivers lowered the size of their game from 150 gigs to 22? Yeah. Apparently, with almost no change to the game itself. And this just begs the question, what the hell are AAA game makers doing? I knew they were unoptimized, but god damn. What the frick? I didn't know it was that bad. Damn AAA games. Okay, we have the list. We could also, just to see if we can print all of these, let's just do like for every time we populate a list, we're gonna debug.log. Added space plus I to string plus two plus, I think there's like a $sign. You can use this here to make it easier, but I never really learned that proper. So I'm just going to use this. To layers bots list. What is your problem? Dot. Can I not use the string? It's a list of transforms. Object dot to string. That should work, right? Is it because it's a list? But I just need the name of that. Layers, but oh, is it because I was using underscore? Does that work? Let's see if it actually gets populated. I'm stuck in the weirdest spot. Agreed, year 2026 optimization could become a part of the industry. I hope so. It better become. I don't want to play AAA games if they're like that big. Remember Call of Duty game had that issue too, just cause they kept an audio in a raw format instead of compressing it. Oh my god. Yeah, I think it's like insanely huge in Tano. It's like ridiculous in size. Hey, look at that. to generic list. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's all of them. Idle update. Thank you. I just needed to see that it did that. Now we have the list of spots. Next we need the orbiting orbit. An orbit. There's also many ways of doing this, but I think we're gonna once again opt to the simplest one. What is that orb? I think that's a sphere check. Yeah, that's the sphere check position for when we interacted with the enemy. I could just duplicate it. This is just a visual thing, so we're gonna hide the previous one. It's gonna be right under player. This is gonna be the position orbit. Let's call it that. I suppose if it's like right there, that should work. And then I'll make like a empty parent. Position orbit. Let's just call it that. And this is just going to be the mesh. Because now if I rotate this one, it's going to spin around the player. I don't know if that's like scientifically in the middle though. Close enough. You can adjust it. Well, that's going to be a position. I think that should probably be on the player, and the enemy should just be able to read it from the player. Probably. So the player needs let's make it serialized so I can just put it in myself. What are you doing? Private transform position orbit. This is now a private. So let's add a getter to it. So this would be a public transform. Same thing. Wait, actually that's caps lock. Hold on. Small, lowercase. This is going to be capital keys. Position orbit. No underscore. This needs a block bracket, so we can get. It's gonna get. Why is there 2 spaces there? It's gonna return this one. And now we have access to it. Although, sphere check. I'm gonna make a function here that's gonna be rotating it. Private void orbit norbit. No. Orbit sphere. Orbit norbit. Could this work just as easy as like position orbit? Dot local rotation. Or Euler angles. Let me double check this on Google. Euler angle versus rotation. Show me a picture. Okay, explain it to me, thank you. Euler angles are a way to represent a rotation using three sequential angles, pitch, yaw, and roll, whereas rotation matrix is a more direct mathematical way to perform a rotation using a 3x3 matrix. Right. Can both of them go higher than... Or just either one of them like rotate around? Euler angle range. Depends on the specific convention used, but for an asymmetric rotation is commonly a combination of a 300, oh my god, radians. This is a little past me. I can sort of get that, but my issue is here, if we orbit it like to the middle point, I guess we could just snap it to it then. Although, can we assign local rotation? Maybe we should do not rotate around. It would just transform about axis passing through point and world coordinates. Without, okay, this, shit. We didn't need the axis for this, but that's fine. Applies a rotation of Euler angle c degrees to around the z-axis. This could work. Rotate. Why did I make that little sign there? Given axis, I think that's going to be vector up, vector 3-point up by angles. Could we do like by angles? Could this be like position orbit dot Euler angles dot, is it y plus time dot delta time, or time, is it times? Could that work? So we add the time component to it. Wait, there's an error there. Did I accidentally? I think I accidentally removed one of these. There we go. Okay, at the very, where do we do this? Let's do it before movement. Orbit sphere. Is this gonna give us any issues? Test, adjust. Let's observe the orb. I actually didn't assign it. Player. Position orbit, position orbit. Are you moving? No, it's not. Can I turn it? Whoa. Oh no. What? Okay. Not what I wanted, but okay. I see. I think the problem is here because, hold on, English. I think the problem here is we're using Euler angles y, which is 0, because I haven't moved it at all. So we need probably some kind of like movement speed. Should be like 10. Maybe. Let's make a variable for it. Serialize field. No, what are you doing? No, what? Stop. I just hit space. Private float. Orbit speed. So let's just try going. Orbit speed times dot time dot delta time. And we're gonna give it a value of like, let's try 5. Behold, the orb. Maybe that's a little too slow. What about 20? I think it's like how many decrease per second. Yeah, it's how many decrease per second it's now turning. Also, I'm interested in minus. Okay, so this isn't going like to infinity with spins and rotations. This is exactly how I wanted it. I think it's just 180 rotate. Yeah, it goes up to 180 at the top, and then it goes negative 180 and goes back to 0. This works perfectly. We could try that as movement speed first. And we could see with this one, we could actually highlight. Let me change the orbit speed to 45 degrees. We could probably highlight the closest spot. For the enemy. So I guess any given enemy would highlight it. Let's just do it in the update for now. It doesn't really matter. Also, are we doing the base in the grunt? We are not. Let's try doing that. I think it was like base.update. That should run whatever the parent class has. So the enemy controller could just have that here saying like, does this test? What's the, we're gonna do this. We have to find what the closest point to that is. Unfortunately, we're treating these lists separate from each other. But that's fine. So we just have to run it twice, I guess, and then compare them. So but this is now a list, so we could use for each. For each transform spot in enemy spot's inner list. For each one that is in there, we're gonna I think before that, we have to cache that. We have to make a float distance. And I guess we should put it to like, we're looking for the shortest one, so I could just go math.infinity. We're gonna assign it as infinity first. So as, maybe not, maybe that's dumb. Maybe we just go like 10 units. 10 units away. And now we're gonna compare. We're gonna go through the inner list. We're gonna check if that spot, no, it's gonna be, which one is gonna be first? Does it matter in this context? Because it's not us we're using the distance to. From target. Spot minus orbit. How do we access the orbit? Is it player dot position orbit dot position? So that's gonna give us a vector. I think that has to be in brackets. So we have to check dot mag. Give me 2. Does not that doesn't work? Transform. Oh, that position. Spot position. This is transform, not a position. The transform holds both position and rotation, so we have to specify position. So the spot's position minus the orb's position is going to give us a vector, and we're going to check its length. If that length is smaller than distance that we set up here outside of this loop, then distance, there's probably smarter ways of typing this, but we're going to just write that same thing here. Right. There's an error here. I don't need that bracket. So if their position is smaller than what we said here, then that's going to be that. And then it's going to check the next one, and next one, until it finds the closest distance. And then we're going to run that same function for the outer. Position orbit. I think it's the same thingy here. This is really not good code writing, but whatever. Anyway, after these, we should know which one to use. Because one of them has to be like, yeah, it has to pick one of them at least. So it's going to pick one of them. We know something got picked. And then, is there a way for us to access that spot? Like, let's see. Oh shit, we actually have to, we really have to cache that one too, right? Transform closest spot to orbit. Closest, hold on, I can't type. Closest spot to orbit. Let's do them in the same order. So we found something that's closer, so Closest spot to orbit is spot. And copy that over there. And now we can go closest spot to orbit dot get component. This is gonna be really weird. I think we can get their mesh renderer. Dot is there color? No, hold on, my phone is beeping. Let me put that into charger. There we go. Beep beep. You couldn't really nap, but you did rest a bit. That's good, Eves. That's good to hear. How do we access the... It must be material. Set color. Sets the value of a color. String name color value. There's two versions. String name. Oh, maybe it's not that. Dot color equals color dot green. This is gonna be horrible though. Why is this a problem? Use of unassigned local variable closest spot to orbit. Right, in case these don't assign anything to it. I guess we could just default this as this is gonna take the inner list's first one. So 0. There we go. Now, unfortunately, it's not gonna turn them back. But let's see what happens. Are we gonna get everything green with this? We got all the references. Let's see. Only that one? Huh. Only the first one. But we are going through these. F. I'm just gonna play it safe and turn this into matte infinity. But it should go through all of these. Each frame, right? If the spot position minus the orb position, dot magnitude. And that's the vector's magnitude. The length of this vector. If it's smaller than the distance, if it's smaller than infinity, then this happens, where distance gets the same one. It's like the next nearest distance. And then the closest spot to orbit is that spot. Hmm. What's the problem here? Oh. Right. We should be looking at this and not the parent transformation. Damn. Okay. This is rotating the orbit. But what the enemy needs is the child of this. Position orbit. We might as well cache it, I think. A lot of caching. Transform. Transfer func, no. Transform. Orb. Let's call it orb. Equals. Is it through player dot get child? No, player dot position orbit dot get child. By index? I think it only has one, so we can just go 0. And then we can change this entire thing into orb.position. Orb.position. Beep beep. Right. That should start painting them green, probably. Don't. Look at that. It's going through all of them, not equally, but whatever. It is working. Good enough. That's right. I keep thinking if we should make... Where's the list? It's under my player. Enemy positions. We could make a tiny script here that just alters their color. Let's do that. Just for like debug or like easier visualization. Spot color changer. That's gonna be on enemy positions. And you're gonna take 2 colors. Serialize field, private color, off color, and then on color. Oh my god, I knew what to do there. Insane. How does the computer know? And then we're gonna have a public I guess no, it's not gonna return anything. So public void change color. And I'm just gonna have it Maybe it could be like activate color. And it's gonna take a Boolean. State. True or false. And if state equals true, then oh shit. It's also gonna need I'm not gonna populate this with the list, so we're gonna just we have to supply our own transform to this. So it's gonna get a transform spot and a bool state. And then if the statement is true, I put that by accident there. Let's just put a block there. If the state is true, then spot dot get component mesh renderer dot material dot set color equal it's not set color, it's just color equals on color. Else I don't really need the blocks for these because this is just a one line, but whatever. Off color. But now I don't have reference to this. Maybe I just give this to a different. Oh, they still need to access this. It's getting really complex. So this is the one that changes the color. What I would need is I guess we could just slap it on the inner no. I don't think it's a good idea to do a lot of get component calls, but whatever. Worry about that later. I want to do is it called inner transform dot get component in parent, and this is gonna be the spot color changer. We know it has that, and then dot we're gonna call activate color changer. Did we call it that? No, we didn't. Activate color, and it's gonna need closest spot to orbit and true. Thank you. Now to turn them off, this is gonna suck even more. We have to do it manually here for each one of them. So let's just do it at the end. Activate color. Although we could cache this one. We're just caching everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of cache this one. This is gonna be spot color change.
Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs.
True. It's sometimes it can be fine to, you know, fix that though. But now we're caching that. And we can remove this entire thing into color changer.
What is a computer's favorite type of music? Algorithms! Yuck!
Are you
I
wearing
do
your
like
programming socks, Kumi?
programmer socks. Not today. I do have a programming socks though. It's just too hot in my room. I'm already melting. Unfortunately. So we don't need this line anymore. And I can remove this. Ooh. So activate. So spot false. Let's see, that should work. Oh, we need our off color is gonna be black in about 50%, so it's that like little grayish, and then 50% transparency green. We're on. Did we do any new? No, we didn't do any new references. Let's see if this works. It should just be a single car. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, what? To a minute. Only for some of the outer ones. Maybe we just do that at the top, you know? So it's always in a spot where you can reach the code. No, is it the problem is it's never turning it off after. Well, that should work. Just do it like that. First we turn it off and then we're gonna see what happens. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, thank God. It's an interesting rhythm. Look at that. Bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum. Although I think the enemy's supposed to... Would it be better if the... Would it be better if the enemy would decide which layer he would use, like the inner outer layer? Enemy would decide that. And then the orb would just orbit in the middle. And if it, like, whichever layer he decides to use, that's where it's gonna be, like, picking that spot. You were looking for new SSDs, and it turns out it's cheaper for you to buy from Germany, send it to Croatia, and then drive there to pick it up than buying it. Like, straight up. Think buying is wild. I mean, if you save money. Yeah. Hey, Jack Noble, thank you for the raid. How's it going? The gremlins have escaped. For real. How's it going? Hoi hoi. Hoi hoi hoi. Oh, you were also doing some dev stuff. I hope that was fun. I hope you had fun. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Kumikizu. Wait, hold on. I think I have a button. I'm too close. I'm even closer. Hi. My name is Kumikizu. I'm a silly, shiny synth cat boy. I do all kinds of variety streaming, but lately I got into game making. So I'm like, this is a learning process. I'm not a professional. But we're just trying to do something here. Anyway, welcome. Your brain hurts a lot. Lots of studying. Were you also doing some game dev study stuff? Same. I had to squish so many bugs today just on the simple thingy on the back, you see. Although, wait, I just realized I don't have a button to go back. I never saved this new position. That's fine. Give me a sec. I totally forgot about that. Anyway, welcome. I appreciate the raid. If you need to take a break after your stream, totally understand that. Go get like waters, foods, rest. All the self-care, of course. There we go. Too much. There we go. That being said, appreciate the rate. Thank you. I think this should work. You've been on and off GameDev. You're learning to make a displacement system with Shadercraft. Ooh, that sounds like fun. You can have snow and ice. I wish I knew Shadercraft more. That's still something I have to learn. I understand the Shadercraft is the more visual one, right? I think. Maybe. The visual side, I sort of understand. It's like Blender, right? There's nodes. But the code itself is like crazy. It's until we realize how hectic Shadercrafts get. Yeah. I've seen some like pictures where people show their entire shaders just for like sometimes a simple purpose, and it's insanely huge. I still love seeing that stuff though. Let me move my mouse over here. I think this is working. Shadercraft is texturing mainly. I still need to learn that. Like, I think I bought a little, like a mini lesson like a year ago that had some like Shadercraft tutorials. I need to look into that. That's like, you know, like your simple waters and water surfaces and stuff like that, but it's interesting. Simple purpose, but insanely huge. That's what she said. True. I'm assuming she was talking about the Shadercraft. Okay, we got that. This is our little placeholder art that was generously drawn by Artificial Ignorance. Thank you, Artie. Thank you. Boom. And this is me trying to make a beat 'em up style system where there's like you saw that little orbiting orb. It's trying to find like a spot that the enemy is gonna go into. It's kind of slow now, but this is for testing purposes. So we're finding like the nearest spot the enemy can go into. Now I'm not 100% sure how I'm gonna use that yet. Let's see if the whole thing moves with me. Oh no! Stay away! Old gremlin. Anyway. Following a person called Minions Art. Recommend them. I wonder if I've seen any of their videos. I know you can do some pretty cool tricks with the shaders especially. I definitely want to learn that too. Let's go look at our spaghetti gold. This is some spaghetti. Maybe your states here. Right, now we have like a spot. What are we using it for? Just to mark it on the enemy controller? Perhaps the enemy should also know. Maybe the target position should be that? Yeah. So, color changer. This is where we activate it. So we're also going to make it so that target position equals closest spot to orbit dot position, I guess. Wait, error. Can it convert vector 3 to engine transform? What? Is our target position a transform? Yeah, it is. Okay. Target position dot position. There you go. Are you following on Patreon? I see, I see. It's pretty cool. I need to absorb more knowledge. Little reference, I forgot something. What did I forgot? Why is this a null reference? Target position. We have that. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's what do we use this for? Nothing. One channel I always go back to is Brackies. Oh my god. I wish Brackies would still make videos though. I think he has one of the most like easy to follow tutorials, really. He had great tutorials. I think most of them are still relevant too, even with like newer unities too. So you definitely can still use them, as far as I can tell. He makes videos for Godot now? Oh, he's still making videos? Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It's been a while since I took a look at his channel. Target position. It's null because all right, we're trying to assign its position even though we don't have it yet. So could we just make it so that the position is the orbit. Yeah, that should work. He came back to do Godot ones lately. Most of the older ones still relevant as long as you're willing to convert to newer systems. Right. I think he did make a few episodes at least about the new input system. I think. Okay, let's activate. I forgot how we activate this goblin, but no, he's just still moving to me. I think we forgot to change the actual movement code on the enemy grunt. Enemy.cz move, player transform position. It's gonna move to the target position. Dot position. We're gonna make a vector from there, from us to there, normalized, and then we're gonna move. Okay, that should probably work. Not as often as before, but yeah, his last one is about lighting in Godot. Ooh. I'm a little interested in Godot. I know it uses a very different system. I think it used like sockets or nodes, something like that. And I think my brother said that he used it a little bit, so he knows more about it than me. I've never really gone into it. I barely know Unity. And I think it's like one single component can have one item. Ow, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, check. I think it was like each object can have one component, and then it has to be child components, I think. That's how my brother at least explained it to me. Unsure if that's correct though. The runtime fee incident. Oof. Right. I'm actually yeah. That was kind of yeah. Yeah, it's hierarchy based. Yeah. It's still very interesting though. How they Godot and Unity handle stuff very differently. Let's see if this works now. Activate Gobbo. Whoa! He's moving. I think, wait, is he overshooting? Because he's doing a little jitter there. Or something. Unless he's just super excited. I don't know. It's kind of funny. Unreal Engine 4 and 5 just give me a headache. I tried a little bit of them. They're not bad per se. I just hate that they're like very heavy, you know? Like you have to do an entire engine, at least back then when I tried it. You had to do an entire engine installation, and that installation is your project. What? I think this was around 3 though. Maybe. But I don't have space for that. I like how much more lightweight Unity is for in comparison, for example. But I don't like how heavy that was. Like your entire engine installation was, you know, a thing. It's an update rate issue? Maybe. It might be. Let's see where I'm doing this actually. I'm doing it in the moving update. And moving update is my custom little function that gets run on the regular update. With move timers, right? No, moving the timer for moving is just when he's gonna stop and rethink what to do. Oh, but it might be because I am moving the guy in update. Yeah. But I'm moving his character controller, so that should be a fixed update. Which means I probably need to make custom code for, oh god, do I have to make, this is what I was fearing last time. Do I have to make like fixed movement updates? Because I don't want everything to run in fixed update. So I probably need to do, all right. I could do that. I think wait. Where's my base class? It's the controller. Did we use fixed update yet? We're not using it at all. Yeah, that could work. I'll still make it for the... No, I won't. I don't think we're moving here, right? No. No, we're only moving into child class. Where is it? Let's update. I'll put it after it. Fixed update. Now I only really want to do... Wow. Thank you so much for the primes. What? Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for choosing my channel. Right, because like I don't want to run some of these in fixed update because this is the logic, and I know fixed update runs way more like times than regular update. I wonder if I could just have a part of this. No, I can't have a part of this work. I suppose. Do I just do this one again? No. Fixed update runs less? Wait, really? I thought the physics update would run way more because it's calculating the physics, right? Like it has to calculate it multiple times, I think. Am I mistaken? Every fixed frame rate frame. Oh, wait, right. Is it using the project settings, like the frame, I'm guessing it's using the project settings for that. Because, okay, this is what might confuse me, because I've like dabbled with like VR project, and those usually have like 90, like at least 90 for this. So in that case, they technically do run like more times, but right. That's not the default behavior. You're right. So I think all I have to do is... I could just swap this from there to there. Also, that's like frame independent, right? The fixed update. So if my game starts to lag, that should still run, I think. And I think update was tied to frames. Every frame. I think. That's how that worked. Yeah. What if we just change this to fixed update from the parent, and then this is just gonna override it. And it's gonna call base fixed update. And I don't need this now. Maybe? Is it that easy? Let's see you move now, little gobbo. Oh my god, he's even more janky. Help. Help. I think what's happening here is it's an issue with my movement logic. Probably. Maybe that's the way, the goblin way of movement. Maybe. Could be. I mean, you know, I've never seen a goblin. I think this is a problem with my actual movement, which is, this applies to movement. I think it's because we're giving it a moving motion and we're getting the target position. We're getting a vector from the enemy's position to the target position, normalized. So 1 times movement speed times delta time. But I think the problem here is if it overshoots, it's going to cause that jitter. So we would have to get, there was a function to return the smaller of two values, I think. Should I cache that out here instead of, hold on. I'm moving it by what? Vector 3. Let's just break that first part down. So it's going to be vector 3 direction, and that's going to be just this. I guess I can just go direction normalized. So that's the direction. That didn't really shorten it too much, huh? A little bit. It's gonna be less typing if I do it like this. Direction dot normalized times, let's see, I'm gonna go math f min returns the minimum of 2 or more values. Right. And that would mean or maybe there's a better way of doing that. Lerp linearly interpolates between many ways. But if we, this is a, it would have to be like, it would have to return the very I'm trying to picture this in my brain. Maybe it would help if we just fire up this one here. So if we want to go here, right? But our movement would shoot us over here. Then I guess what I could do, sorry, I'm kind of like in the way of that. So if we go over here, I guess we could always just check it and return it back as much. Otherwise, we would have to calculate what this is. How do we stop the maximum from pushing you over here without like just straight up teleporting you? I'm not 100% sure what the motion is. It's a vector 3. Great. Motion of the ocean. Right. I'm gonna make you dig up your movement code to remember yours. Oh man. Oh man. I don't think this needs brackets because we're not doing the normalized. What if we just, okay, let's just try it. It's gonna be math f dot min. It's gonna return the minimum of 2. So it's gonna be either the direction normalized times movement speed times time dot delta time, or that's the comma there, or it's gonna be, do we just make a vector? Let's just use direction. We can't. Cannot convert from vector 3 to float. Right. For you see, this is comparing floats. So perhaps we do another one here. Final, let's call it final dir. Maybe. Did I eat today? Yeah, I did. I woke up, I ate some salad sandwiches and a banana. And just before the stream, I ate a small chicken burger. Also, I'm losing my voice. Let me take a sip of water. There we go. Ow. Thank you. No, this is still only returning a float. Maybe we need an if statement. Yeah, let's do that. If with math min this whole thingy here, thank you. If that. But now direction dot magnitude. And I suppose I would have to get this magnitude as well. Dot magnitude. No, is that not right? It's a bool. Oh. If our regular movement speed would be smaller than... Oh, what's the problem now? Oh, God. Are you doing NavMesh agent for AI? I was thinking about that, but... I'm gonna test it with this for now. NavMesh would be easier, though. Hold on. Why is that not working? Is that magnitude? No, I don't even need the math, man. I'm just comparing, like, these two. Direction normalized times move speed times time delta time dot magnitude smaller than that. I'm missing one more bracket. I have too many brackets. Log expected. I had too many brackets. Ugh. Direction. So this is if we... Wait, no, is that it? We always need the smaller. So if this is... I need to visualize this. My brain is frying. So if this is bigger, we need the smaller, right? So if our normal movement speed is bigger than the smaller one. No, but that's not it, because then we would get that regardless of the position. Wait, or do we? Our normal movement speed is this. No, we always want the smaller one, I think. Yeah. So if our normal movement speed is bigger than that, just straight up distance, then we just give the straight up distance. Otherwise, let's copy. Oh, I should have snipped that. Otherwise, direction dot normalized times movement speed times that delta time. Ooh, maybe. Let's see. Okay, that disappeared. We didn't do any new references, I think. Let's go activate the gobbo. I still don't know how he activates, but... Oh, look at that. It's working. What if we increase the... Where is it? Let's go 90 degrees a second. He's less excited. Let's make it spin 180 degrees per second. Okay, that looks a little weird if I like move away and it's just trying to get to the... It's not smoothly turning. It's like hard snapping. If I stand still, it's more or less smooth. For some reason when I move, is it because I'm moving in a different... What am I moving on? I'm moving in update. Well, fix it. Fix that. Let's see if that reduces the jank, just that alone. No, I don't think that did. I'm not sure if this is the best way of moving them either. Can I like hide these visually? No, then that would just break everything. There's too many references. I'm pretty sure this isn't one of those issues where like the... Oh, look, even I'm going a little like... Huh. I never noticed that. Why is that? Move. Maybe we need a different method. I'm pretty sure it's not the camera, because the camera is separate and it's moving more smooth. Perhaps there's the sphere check. Move direction. Maybe we need to use the better movement. No, this is the better movement. What does the simple move need? Moves the character with speed. I think we tried that, it didn't really work. What kind of parameters do you take? Just motion. Just motion. He was sniffing me out. This is where I would usually, if I was using a rigid body, I would, you know, go here and turn on interpolation, but I don't think this has it. Is it because we're colliding with our capsule collider? Surely not. No, it's still happening. I mean, he looks pretty smooth on this screen. Maybe. Kind of hard to tell. I think he looks more smooth than this one. What's up with that? Oh. Let's try something. I'm gonna try doing a test build, but before we do that, I'm gonna Just put it on player awake. This is not the place you want to do this, but application dot target frame rate 60. Thank you. Otherwise, my PC is gonna explode. And we're gonna test build this and see if that still persists there. Build profiles. Yeah, that works. It's gonna be a full screen game. That's fine. I think we're gonna... Which one is it? This one? Let's make a new folder here. Call it... I'll just go caps, builds. And we're gonna make a new folder and call it B.1. Bam. My PC's firing up. All the fans are spinning. Yeah, it's doing some. I think the first build is gonna take a while, so bear with me here. Usually the subsequent builds don't take as long. The amount of builds you have on your system. Man, same. I'll be a little sad if it's like an editor issue that I see it going janky. I don't know. Guess we'll see. Could it be a camera issue still? I doubt it. Okay, let me close. Let's run this game. Made with Unity. Nope, it's still happening. Is the enemy still... Hello. Hello, Gabo. Activate. He broke. Great. At least there's collision. Come on now. Also, there's screen tearing. I don't know if that shows on stream. Probably. There's a pretty bad screen tearing there on the screen. I usually don't mind it, but for a game like this, where it's very minimal, it's super noticeable. You see that? Okay, yeah. That's on my end. Don't worry about it. I don't know why this guy isn't activating. Maybe I don't know. How do I close this? I go like this. Close. Our camera has a follow script. And the follow script is... We have a follow target and a follow speed. And we're just taking the camera stat. But this is just an update. Maybe this could also be fixed, even though it's just following. Right, the application .quit. Yeah, that's what I have to call. Yeah, why did I say yeah? My brain. At least I haven't. I've been worried. I've been I might like revert back to the finish at some point. Yeah. It's my new catchphrase. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. It was all but a camera issue. Look how smooth he is now. Why aren't you moving? He's not moving at all now. What is your problem, little crunt? Slay Queen, yeah. 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 Issue with movement. Everything is running on the fixed update. Is this being called? Moving update. Let me copy that and just check if this is being called. I'll just be like direction move. And then this is gonna be, no, not that, that's the wrong spot. This is gonna be let's just call it delta move. Are these even happening? Player not found. It can't find me. But why? Look for player. Where does this get called? I'm guessing child. Look for player, look for player. In idle update, it's looking for player. Right. Right. There's ticks in idle tick. Once the idle tick is down, it's going to find the player or look for the player, which is also going to return a boolean. If it's going to find a player, then it's going to go into planning state. So let's see. If player transform position minus your own position dot magnitude is smaller or equal to acro radius, right? So this is being run, I think, because it said player not found. It's gonna physics ray cast transform position plus vector up. So slightly up from the ground. It's gonna do, what was the second one? Direction is toward the player transform position. It's gonna out the hit. I guess this is just infinite direction. Length. Maybe I should. No, that's not how that works. What I did with my brother was we actually made a ray. And we just did that separately. So we could shoot a ray from player. No. Yeah, player dot transform dot position minus transform that position. So that's the vector toward the player. That's not an array though. I think I need to make a new array and put parentheses. What does array need? Direction of ray dot ray vector 3 vector 3. Oh, it's just gonna calculate that automatically. Wait, sorry. Yeah, I think that's what I kind of want to do. So we're gonna get, what is the first thing you need? Thank you for showing me your overloads. Origin direction. Origin is gonna be transform that position, and direction is gonna be player, oh no, not that, dot transform that position. That's our array. And then here we can ray cast. Hi Marcos, how's it going? I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty good. Doing some coding. Let me type it here so I can just see. Physics.raycast. Because we can supply it with just a ray. Float int. I don't think we're using a, for this one we're not using any layer masks. Ray max distance. So it would be ray. No, lowercase ray. That's the array. Then it would need out hit. And max distance would be, I think if I leave this empty, it's gonna be, well, let's just play it safe and go math.infinity, you know? Sure, that works, right? Is that even necessary? Code's going pretty good. I'm a little stuck here though, but you know, can't complain. Could I do that? So this is array. I suppose I can't adjust the array's height, so I should do like I could probably go here and make a vector 3. And this is going to be height offset. And that would be vector 3 dot up times, let's do the 0.1f so it's not on the floor. And then I think we can just go here and go like plus height offset. For both of these, plus height offset. So that's the height offset taken care of. No, the acro radius is the, actually, yeah. Yeah, that's what we're gonna use. So I think we can just use this one for this entire sentence here. Sometimes it's nice to just break down a sentence so you can understand it better, I think. We can fix it, but I think it's the rule in the dev working search for a problem in the code. It's usually a lot of problem searching. It's usually caused by the dev and not the program or engine itself. Usually, I've run into a couple of bugs that were like engine side, unfortunately. Let's see. Physics, we're gonna cast a ray that we set up here. And we're gonna out the hit. And then acro radius. Yeah. As long as you're doing clean code from the start, you should be fine, I hope. This, yes. But also, this isn't the super cleanest code, but I think as long as it works, right? That's all that matters. And you can always, you know, like as you go, you're gonna learn more. Let's see if that works. I just changed the order pretty much. Player not found. But how? How do you not find me? Do I have to go outside your range and come back? Oh, that's fine, Marcos. Don't worry about it. Then you get into the minefield of a question. What is clean code? There's many ways to interpret that. Okay. So for some reason, this isn't really working. I wish I could see that. I mean, there's ways to do like a visualizations of raycasts, but for some reason, let's see, what is this next part? Phone. I don't think we got collisions. No, we did find a collision 6 times. But was that the wall? If the collider try get component player controller, then player found. Let's do an else statement here so I can just see like else debug.log. Collider didn't have player controller component. I want to see what happens. What are we finding there? Banana, banana, banana. Collider didn't have a player controller script. Where are you casting it? Over here, it's not even finding a collision. It stopped finding collisions altogether now. But why? If player transfer position is smaller than that should be right. Smaller or equal to aggro radius. What is our aggro radius? 5 Unity units. It was running this code because I saw the player not found happen multiple times. Player not found happened 42 times. Collision was found 17 times. But I do have a collider right there. Wait, no. Don't tell me the character controller isn't working and that's why I had the capsule collider. Yep. Okay, so they cannot cast to character controllers. I guess that's fine. It works like that. And now they're running as should be. I was wondering because we didn't really change anything. Huh. I'll just get this out. No, I'll just comment that in case we need it for later debugging. Now the issue is, as you saw there, let me this out. The gobbo was actually non-stop trying to find like this one. I think it should pick a spot and stick to that decision until it picks up new plan spot. I think that's what we want to do next. So in the grunt, it's doing look for player here, and the moving update is target position. Is it the parent one that's changing the target? Yeah, I think we want to remove that now. Look for player. We're gonna do a new function here. Protected. This could return a transform. So protected transform. Get nearest spot to orbit. And it's this whole code. This could be better. This could be better. But we're gonna get this entire thing out of here from the fixed update and put it here. Do we need all these? So there's gonna be distance, cached. I'll split the for each loop. We have the closest spot to orbit. Target position equals that. Closest spot to orbit. Now this is also returning it. I don't think we need to return it because it's known to the parent class. So this could be a void. I could name this. This isn't returning anything though. Set new. No, that's too vague. Set target to closest to orbit. That's okay, whatever. Anyway, it's gonna change our target position. I think this can work as is. We still have the fixed update here, but that's fine. We don't really. Another grunt. In moving update, it's gonna. This is the planning state. Current move time. Implement the plan. In the plan. I guess we could have it here. So this is where we go. Set target to closest point in orbit. Closest. 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 So we're going to get a new target from that. And then it's going to start moving. Until it's going to get a new... Okay, let's see. Hopefully this works. Just by moving the locations of those. It's not going to spam call that anymore either. You're not found. I'm right here. Oh, look at that. Yo. He found me. I don't know why he couldn't find me. Classic Gabo behavior. So now he's just finding a spot there. I'm assuming most enemies... He's a little slow. That's true. I don't know if I like that. I mean, he's not supposed to move like that, like walk to me and just brush on my collider in the end, but, you know. I think he's supposed to, like... Maybe he, like, walks up to me, and as soon as he gets in the spot, or maybe not as soon, but we could give him, like, a random timer when he would, like, actually attack. So it wouldn't be like super predictable like they wouldn't hit the exact same time every time they get up to you. I kind of like that. Let's make the spinning a little faster. 90 degrees per second. We're just thinking that, like, as soon as he gets to the spot, he should be in an attacking state. Yeah, I think he should be in the attack state, but I think the timing for the attack should be different. Thank you for the blanket. Very comfy. And I think once he's done attacking, I guess it would depend on the enemy, but maybe this grunt, maybe grunts would like scurry a little further away after attacking before they like come back in. I think some heavier enemies could just like constantly give you trouble and be up in your face, but grunts could be a little like cowardish and run away after each attack. Let's try doing that then. So now we have our framework done. We should be able to implement a quick attacking. Oh, not that. Attacking update. Or at least a plan for it. So he's gonna move. Is he gonna do like an order for this? Wait, he's gonna go into the moving. Or is he gonna dynamically think? Like if he moves to this spot, can we know when he's like there? I guess it's the delta move. Wait, did delta move ever get called? Let's check that first. It does. A few times even. But direction move gets called more. Direction move gets called when he's standing still in the spot. Huh. I suppose he should exit this as soon as... Maybe as soon as he's like close enough? Ooh, that could work. So we could do like... Moving update. This is the direction move. And... if we would move too close... or like past it... then instead we move our... Wait. Let's call this regular move. And I don't need a debug. I'll just go regular move. And this is short move. Very descriptive. And the short move is the one where we only moved a very short distance. Right, okay. This works. So even if we spend too much time in the moving state, it's gonna go here. It's gonna go here and it's gonna run out of time in this state. And it's gonna go to the exit to planning state. And it's gonna plan a new thing if he was following you for too long and needed a break to rethink his plan. And then this whole thingy loops. The only time he should do something else is if he gets close to the spot, which is this spot. I'll do another comment. I'll say target spot reached. What next? No. Change state. So we've reached the spot and now it's gonna fire. So when we enter the planning state, maybe the entering of the planning state. No, that doesn't work, because if this was a finite or like a state machine, then we would have like entering different states functions, and this would be easier, but this is a really tiny state thingy, so whatever. So we're just gonna go state equals state dot attacking. And now we are here. Now this gets run. I suppose different attacks should keep you in this state for different amounts. The only thing I can figure out is using some kind of timer like this to keep you in there. But this wouldn't be a random one, this would be a specific one. I guess we can do the same thing. We just need these two. And we're gonna say attack, interval, and current attack time. And over here where we enter it, we're gonna go current. No, should it be here? The problem is this gobbo might have multiple attacks and they might have different timings. So it should pull them out from the timings. Or what we could do is, once we reach this spot, we could go back into the planning and have it all there. So the goblin could be like, I'm super close. I can't do an attack. Maybe that's better. I kind of like that more, actually. Change to planning state. I like that more. I shouldn't have removed everything. State equals state dot planning. But this would imply that we have reached our spot. And I think the planning should be instant, almost. We might need a wait state instead of a planning wait. Let's see. We know we are close, so... I guess we could check for attack range. I guess this enemy would have a whole bunch of attacks. Referenced, and we're just gonna do let's do a serialized field so I can test different ones, but let's just do a float. This is gonna be attack 1 distance, because that's the only variable we need now, just to see if the enemy reaches the attack 1 range, actually. Looks like you're starting with your shader all over again. Stuff is not working how I want. I hate when that happens. Sometimes, I even just delete a bunch of code and you just have to do it again. Find a better way of doing stuff. It can be a little... Coding is so weird because sometimes everything that nothing works. You're hitting your head against a brick wall. But then sometimes everything just goes exactly as you wanted it, and you feel like a god. The duality of coding is fun. It's either making you feel amazing or driving you insane. Let's see. So we go into the planning. We could check if, first of all, I think the most important thing that this gobbo needs to check is, can it attack? Can I attack? So if we're gonna do another player thingy, so target is gonna be player dot transform dot position. If the player itself, let's do a vector from player to the gobbo's transform position, and we're gonna go dot magnitude, so we get the length of that vector. If that is smaller or equal to attack 1 range, oh god, attack 1 range, then now we know we are inside the attack range. Coding's way is not working, followed by why is it working now? Those are also fun. And sometimes I changed nothing. Why is it working now? And then you just realize it's some like super weird, like thing you overlooked and oh, okay. Usually. It's really fun. It shouldn't be working. Why is it working? Okay, so we got the range. Now we know we are in the range. So we're gonna go state dot state equals state dot attacking. All right. Good old just having to reopen a project. Current attack time. Let's just go serialized field. Float. Wait, why am I doing this? Hold on, brain. Attack 1 time? We can just use that. So how long does the attack take? And now we know we want to go to the attack state. We are close enough. This is just for attack 1. So we're gonna go attack 1. No, we want well, first of all, let's go over here. If the state is attacking, then current attack time minus equals time dot tilde time. So the attack time gets reduced towards 0. I'm just gonna steal this one here and put that in the bottom of the attacking. This is the exit statement. Current plan time, current attack time. If our attack time goes to 0 or below, so 0 or negative, then we do the exit statement to plan. Let's just give it the random wait time for now, sure. Let's do it. I don't need a comment. I'll do a comment. Change where the duration is determined, question mark. And now when we enter that state, right here, we want to change our current attack time equals attack 1 time. Bro got no confidence. No confidence. I got some confidence. But I ate it. It was written on a piece of cheese. And now the cheese has melted into a pizza. And the pizza was forever turned into an emote here. Immortalized as my pizza of confidence. It's true. I swear. Okay. So that sets the time. We'll go into attack state. I think that works. Now all we need to do is here is something like okay, what I'm gonna do is the transform dot position for the capo is gonna plus equal vector 3 plus dot up times 0.01 times time dot delta time. Actually, I think I have to use fixed delta time since I'm doing everything in fixed delta time. What the? Yeah, I should use fixed delta time since I'm on fixed update. Let's see, where am I using this? Aha, right there. Fixed delta time. Anyone else? Anyone else? Grading update, that's empty. Only these. I can do a cool thingy here. Oh god. If you hold Alt, you can, this is a really cool feature, where if I just hold Alt here, I can change all of this. If else. Multiple lines. I don't know what different editors support that, but that's pretty cool. Do I change anything else? This is gonna go up. But he's never coming down. I guess the exit one could be transform dot position equals new vector 3, and we're just gonna get the transform position dot x. I'm just build that automatically, so it's like just the same as it is now, but this is gonna be 0. So bring it back to the ground and exit statement. Let's see if that works. Bum, 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 bum. Player. Enemy. Enemy needs attack interval. That's just so I can see it. So attack 1 range is, let's say 1 unit for now for test purposes, and the attack is gonna be 1.5 seconds. Player not found. I'm not moving, and I'm completely invisible. He's only in the moving update. Planning update. If that magnitude is smaller or equal to attack range, which it should be, debug dot assert log entering attack state. Wait, if current plan time is 0. I think I have to move this out, because this has to happen like immediately. So at the start, we check, are we in the range? I guess this could still be here at the top. Are we in range? If we are, then entering attack state. Is it still gonna run this? I wonder. I think I have to return here. So we exit from this entire block, because it might implement that as well. We don't want that. It's still not entering. It's still not entering. You're like right on my toes. What if I increase your attack range? Oh, now it's entering attack state. I guess it needs a bit more range. 1.2. What if we take the fixed delta time out from this one? The problem is he goes back. There's no cooldown on his attacks. I don't know if that matters. Maybe he needs some kind of cooldown. How does FromSoft do this? Oh, look at that. He's attacking me anytime he goes up into the space. Or attack. Attack. Why does it take him a while to do that, though? That's so interesting to watch. Why are you behind me? What the hell? He's still moving multiple times toward that spot, even though he shouldn't. He's so weird. What the hell? Let's see, attacking update. Exit to planning state. It goes into it gives the random timing for the planning. I mean, I guess the timing doesn't really matter because it's immediately going back to the attack. I suppose this is where it should like check for the range. Is player in range? And next, it lets us do a comment here, and it should be like, check if attack not on cooldown. Let's just type that. Check if attack is not on cooldown. And then it does the attack. Otherwise, it's going to go to the regular planning. Which for this enemy specifically, anytime he attacks, I guess he would just scurry away. Unless there's like... I kind of... That might be interesting if the goblins are like just like... So let me bring this up here. If the goblins would like... You know, like scurry around like this range, kind of like out of your reach. And they would like run up here. Like to one of the spots, hit you, and then like run away from you. Maybe to like sort of like a random angle like that. So if they like come over there, then they would retreat like based off of like that or something. Like that spot from the player center. And then they would pick like a random, like always to the same like radius here. But they would just pick a random spot here. Hit and run, yeah. Although I could always adjust like this length. So they could like linger slightly closer, just go like, and back. Chop, back. And then, I mean, it would be cool, like maybe, I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but if you like try to shoot them or something, maybe they would like hide behind cover and stuff. Like they would know you're like free to shoot at them or something. Or maybe they would see if you shoot. Like there's like multiple enemies, right? And you shoot one of them, then the rest are like, if they're like not close enough to you, then they would be like, right here. You know? Take cover. I don't know. That might be really bad though, like if you just keep your distance and keep shooting, then they would never approach you. I don't know. That's interesting though. If attack is not cooldown, then do plan. Although I think the plan would be more like just an idle time. Not idle. It would be... What if they slowly back off after the attack? That could also work. I would need to have like a backing away animation to them, but that wouldn't be too hard. Maybe like a 3-frame. You know? Backwards walking. Yeah, I can kind of see that in my head, actually. Yeah. I suppose if we need specific, these are the states that they all need listed here at the bottom. But I think if we need like specific states for enemies, then we could implement them locally. Hi Kilua, how's it going? How you be? That the player doesn't feel cheated of trying to attack the enemy and miss it. Ooh, that's what you mean. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's a pretty smart idea. I can see that working. Doing good? Ew. You're about to go on a jog? I hope you have a refreshing jog. Remember to do warm-up. warm-up important. That prevents your muscles from doing the thing that they're not supposed to do. Yes. Anyway, I do hope your jog is fun and relaxing. Because I could do a backup. Here's the problem. Every time I do the yeah, it helps avoid cramps. I'm thinking, am I doing this like too extra? Why do I need all of these different times when I can just use a general timer and just supplement it with whatever? I could just have a state time, current state time. Huh. Spazzing and twitching? Yeah, cramps usually. Like cramps and, oh, I guess like spazzing too and twitching. But, yeah. At least avoid cramps and pulling or stretching a muscle. Like the bad stretching. I think what I'm thinking here is probably better than any of this. And that would be... I don't need to serialize this. We can just go private. Actually, this should probably be on the parent. You can just go here and go protected, float, state duration, and protected. Oh god, float current state duration. Is that how we wrote them? There's interval. Basically, there's one time that we set as whatever it is. So we need something that sets the max one and then the current one. State duration and current state time. I think those are great names. Yeah. And then the grunt script here would be like, take timers. No. Something needs to set it. I think the awake here would work because we're already using this. So let's start it so that anytime they come up, they're gonna be 1 second in the planning state. No, they're gonna go into the idle state, right? Idle update. If current idle time is 0, then they look for the player. If they found the player, go to planning state. If not, just reset the time. Right, so it would be current state time equals 1. Let's be 1 second in there. And then this takes everything down. So at the, let's put that at the bottom because everything's at the bottom. If I don't even need to check the state anymore because this is just going to be, actually this is so simple I don't even need to put it in here. We might be able to get rid of that entirely. So it's just going to be here. It's going to be if current state time. Wait, no, that's not an if. We're straight up just reducing it. Minus equals time dot fixed delta time. I'll put a comment there. Take down current. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory, but still. But I still like that. Take down current state time. So we reduce time, and then we're going to check the case for all of these states. We are starting in the idle, so if current state time is less than 0, then we look for player. If we couldn't find the player, then current state time is this would be like, do we just hard code the idle interval, the search interval? Maybe 1 second is pretty good. Let's keep the 1 second. So it's just gonna like loop this once every second. And this is when it sees the player, so now it can just forget about the idle stance forever. And over here, we're gonna check position, attack range. We might need some kind of attack cooldown though, just so we know if we can do an action. But this would be, once we change into that state, the current state time would be attack 1 time. So we're going to use the attack 1's time as the state time. Let's go in order. And over here, if current state time is less than 0, we increase our height. And we change. If the timing is 0, then where do we set this? We're going back to planning, so we don't need this timing here. We just need to exit this. Now we're back to planning. We're going to check if current... Actually, going into this, it's going to be 0. It's going to be in here and it's going to be 0. But I think that's fine. It's going to check. The planning should be instant, I think. So I don't even technically need this timer check here. So we're going to check, or do I? Check for the player attack. We're not in range, so this is the big question mark currently. This is where we do the moving and stuff. I'm going to change that to state anyway. That's going to happen regardless because it's always 0 in this state. And then exit to move state. Current state time. Move interval min, move interval max. We can use those still. And this is the move logic. And if current state time is 0, state time is random. Planning state? No, the planning is going to be... I don't think I need that. It can just be 0. There's no waiting here currently, though. That might be a problem. State planning. I think I'm not using... Am I using that? Nope. I can move these. I can move that. I'm using them here. I don't need these anymore. Or this whole tick timers function. Oh, it looks so much cleaner. Move interval min max. I need those. Oh, it feels good deleting code. So now we have a robust single time system. Probably. You were that bad. Appreciate it, Artie. We never use state duration. Huh. Right, we don't need that. So I'm just ticking it down. I'm not comparing it to any other timer except 0. Does it still work? I wonder. This became so much shorter. Let's see. I think the behavior should be different. Ah, he's not attacking me because of the range. 1.2. 1.5. Okay, now he's attacking. He's attacking. Away. He runs to a spot. Man, he has smaller range. 2. Two is about that, like, if he reaches any of those spots, right? That looks pretty nice. Let's make his attack a little faster. Wait, half a second. Oh, I killed him by accident. I forgot I did that. Hey, that worked. I was struggling a lot with this one, but hey, we made it to this point. I don't know if this is the perfect system. Probably not, but we're going to improve from here. We have an orbiting point. We can find a random spot. It's probably going to be like... Like, I don't see any point in the enemy that's like running straight behind you. Like through you, behind you, right? You're right there to attack. So I need to implement some kind of logic to either the enemy picking something between you, but I don't know what the point of the orb is then. That's very much like a beat 'em up style movement, which kind of works, but I would need to implement it a little differently. Unless I make my hitbox smaller, of course, so or maybe the enemies won't collide with me. Would that look weird if they walk through me? Still gonna link you that one guy's theory on the orbit thing. I'm interested in that, Artie. That could probably help here. I'm pretty happy with this though. He's a dev. Also, how does it feel to see your arts moving here in the game? Your placeholder art here. It's weird to see. They're here. They're actually in game. Sorta. Kind of. Okay. I think with this, we're gonna wrap up here and we're gonna continue tomorrow. Wait, not tomorrow. Sorry. Apologies. Tomorrow's Thursday. So Friday. We're gonna continue Friday. Considering you never made placeholder art for yourself. You just used Kirby sprites? I mean, yeah. Just using pre-existing stuff also works as placeholder, I think, in my opinion. That's pretty cool though. I know some people make state machines on the animation tree in Unity, but I decided not to. I do have to research that though for the animation. Maybe it's easier to just have both there at the same time. I don't know. We're gonna see. It's also probably easy to call the specific animations based off of my code. Hi HD's guy, how's it going? Wait. Okay, where's my mouse? Where is my mouse? Get went ahead of yourself and try to make animations first before just doing simple coding stuff and getting the foundation going. I sometimes rush a little too much ahead too. Sometimes my mind thinks too far ahead, even though I should just implement the basic stuff first. As I totally saw today working with my brother. He was implementing the basics of stuff, and I was already thinking like a couple of steps ahead. But yeah, I should have done the basic stuff first before skipping ahead. Especially when we were just handling stuff like interaction. But anyway. Anyway, we're gonna wrap things up here. I'm gonna take you guys to the just chatting for a little bit. Give me a sec to change my monitor. There we go. Holding froze. These are pretty weird, these. Let's try making a game segments I have, because they're mostly for me and just hanging out and chatting while I'm like trying to do this thing and learning. But hey, that's pretty fun, I think. I hope. Okay. Let's switch to just chatting. And change my playlist. I am getting to learn more stuff, which I really like. Most of the stuff that we're doing, I've never quite done it this way, and I only have like limited experience with some of this stuff. So this is like I'm actually just winging this as I'm going. So do forgive my weird implementations of the code. It's a dreamy song. Give me a sec to change stuff on the other screen. Okay. Right. So tomorrow is gonna be the community hangout day. I think it's still, yeah, I chose the Deep Rock Galactic. We're gonna play that. I might have to update the game. I haven't played it in a hot minute, but I'm pretty hyped. Game is super fun. We can do some dwarf digging, and then Friday we're gonna continue this, and then Saturday is probably Stationeers. I think we're gonna see. We're gonna see what how I feel like doing that day. Over there. I need to get some food soon. Shove it in my face. My stomach's growling. Help. Help. Anyway, okay. We're gonna wrap up here. Thank you all for joining, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care now. Bye. 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 Bye-bye. Thanks for watching.